Audio test 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, check. Audio check 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Good Thursday morning from the land down under. It is the Thunder from Down Under. Here we are at the Rock Wolf Studios, and behind the not so golden microphone on a balmy Thursday morning at 77 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 25 degrees for our metric friends. Yeah, so we are on a ThunderThighs and Thongs Thursday, and in the UK, Europe, and Africa, a very, very late Wednesday night. In the US, Wednesday evening. And hope everyone is doing well. My apologies for such a late start today. Sometimes the adulting world gets in the way of the fun. So here we are. And we're getting started up. So just firing up some gameplay right now, and we'll get right to it. Hope everyone is doing well. We are definitely on the downslope side. Oh, come on, that's right. We had a little malfunction with Techtonica yesterday. And we are definitely going to go into the settings and adjust that. Huh. I reckon I could do it full screen. I wonder what that would look like. But we're not going to. Because I use my super wide, ultra wide, massively wide curved Samsung monitor for basically 3 screens in one. I hear. Oh. That's what I was hearing. Wondered why I was hearing 2 audio tracks going on there. Right, all the settings have been reset. That's right. Sprint mode toggle, correct. Field of view. What an odd number. What an odd number. 60 degrees. And this is going to be 60 degrees. And we also want to turn off the research core motion. We want to be on a double buffer. Image enhancement, we do not need image enhancement really. We'll put it on performance and see what happens. Excuse me, and we'll have our light quality down low. We're actually going to put on everything on medium to start with, except for voxel mesh. There we go. And we'll get started. Let us get over to and let's also there we go. Aha. Okay. Just checking our audio settings right now. Let me know if there are any issues with either. Oh, well. There we go. Let me know if there are any issues, excuse me, with audio, either microphone or music. Music should definitely be background. The audio from the mic should be foreground, and then the game sound should be right in the middle, between the microphone and the music tracks. All right then, looks like we're ready. Let's get stuck into it. We left off getting ready to do the thing, and that was another lane or another channel for doing. Just checking our frame rates there. It looks kind of jittery for some reason. Oh, mouse sensitivity. We got serious mouse movement here. Alright, let's just do that one real quick. Input, mouse sensitivity. Well, let's turn that down to about half. That's better. Alright, so what we're getting ready to do is the Tier 2 belts, Mark II belts. So that recipe is going to be the normal belts plus copper plus shiverthorn. And the big thing was shiverthorn. Shiverthorn coolant. Let's turn on our machine. There we go. Right, so we were having a little bit of issue with limestone, which we resolved yesterday. So we did a little bit of additional limestone production. So we threw down a miner and a box, and we stuffed the box, and I think that's what we'll do for a little while until we bring the bio brick over. So bio brick is coming in on this direction from the main base. It's feeding over here to feed the smelters on the Atlantum, and then splitting off to the right and feeding all the smelters and the miners for the iron. And now that I think about it, we could probably raw materials. We might want to double check and see what kind of speed our smelters. This one looks like it's done. No, it's just output stacked. What is the speed on this bad boy? 70 a minute? What would be cool is if we could come in here and see 70 a minute output speed on this, and whatever this one is, the metric's not there. And it's not inside the machine as well, so only the hover can you see that at 70 a minute. So what I reckon we need to do is go take a look and see what an electric smelter is. And then we can figure out what the ratio is. Speed ratio. So we'll pop over here to our Atlantum ore. And it's double. So tier 2, thankfully, has a straight doubling. And I would assume that the tier 1 belts at 240 a minute are going to be doubled as well to 480 a minute for the tier 2 belts. That's a strict guess because I haven't put down any tier 2 belts yet. So with that in mind, it takes 4 regular smelters four mining drills, sorry, to create 1 electric drill. It's a huge price. We'll go ahead and make that 1. Now that's funny, it says I have 3 of 4. And I just made 1, which should have been 4 of 4. Alright, we'll take that one out. And of course we need 4 accumulators. We don't have any copper frames in our backpack. Boy, that seems kind of jittery, doesn't it? Doesn't seem smooth. The animations are smooth. Maybe it's me. The belt animations, the arrow animations, the sparks animation. Alright, it just seemed... Yeah, see, I just saw a jitter there too. I don't know. Anyway, we're not gonna need... We're not gonna need this here. So that can definitely... stay there. And I should have... We really need to get up to... the green belt, or the green inserters, because the reds are not going to be enough, I'm sure. But that is just... That looks like it could go 1 closer, but I guess not. I guess not. And that's the wrong way. Hey, can we rotate those? Yes, we can. $140 a minute. Yeah, 2 red ones are not going to be enough. Well, it's electric, so let's put another one on. So that will definitely remove the need for that one. And that one. Well, we've eliminated the need for all of these. I can barely hear. I can barely hear game sounds. They're all up on 100%. And that's on 100% on OBS. It's really interesting. Well, I can hear that just fine. Just seems odd that it's really far in the background. Oh, well, that's not going to work. I don't believe. What if I take that one off there? It does take it from the splitter. But that's alright. We don't need it. That should save on... That's going to save on fuel for sure. So if we need to add, which I doubt, it's still product stacking. So basically, that's going to keep 8 smelters happy. Easily. Alright, so if it is 140 a minute production, these are 18. That's 144. That should keep all 8 satisfied, with the exception that the very end might only be on periodically or momentarily. This 8 is 144. 8 is 144. Why didn't they just make this 144? Or, you know, take 18 off of that, 26, make it 126 a minute so that it's 7 smelters. So obviously 140 is between the consumption of 2. Hang on, let's see what the, we don't have the level 2 smelters yet. Where are they on the tree anyway? Probably, there it is right there, MK2 smelters. So we're gonna have to get to the next level. And that means manufacturing some tier 2 belts. Okay, tier 2 belts, as we said, are going to be the normal belts plus the copper components and the shiver thorn. And shiver thorn coolant is being produced here. Not at a great speed because of limestone. So as you can see, that one's paused momentarily, that one's paused. It's because it's waiting on limestone. We got feeds from two different directions, one from the miner and one from the production. We could double that up, but what I'm afraid of is the consumption rate of the limestone is 90 a minute. We could, if we do a second miner, I have a feeling what that's going to do is halt the Atlantum production, because right now it's quite balanced. The output of limestone is 90 a minute, and it's sitting at between, it's doing 53, 54, and 55, and it's staying right there because it's balanced. The Atlantum powder output is staying right at 497, and it's, you know, not going up to 98, 99. It's not maxing out, so it's staying continuously running, perfectly balanced right now. If the limestone backs up, well, in all honesty, the limestone could back up. But eventually that would mean that the Atlantum powder would stop, would deplete and stop producing. And right now it's just perfectly balanced. I would just hate to... I would hate to disrupt that balance. Producing 70 a minute. 2 red inserters is 80, so they're staying busy. Oy. I don't know. Well, I'm really on the fence with this. It's gonna be double what you see there. I could turn on a third though. Not like we're hurting for the gears or the extract. The extract is all day long. I could turn on that third one. Yeah, let's go ahead and put down another Gonna need another feed of fuel too. Too bad that port is on the other side. Alright, we'll bring the bio brick over. Oh, that only has to be yellow. No, hop over the top, buddy. You're supposed to hop over the top automatically. But I guess because those are not on. Oh, there it goes. Oh, it won't do it because ramp. That's right. Alright, we got a fix for that. We got a fix for that. Just like that. And then, of course, we're going to need power. Generally, I don't like to mine the limestone. Alright, let's see what kind of impact that has. That will likely keep both machines running without a pause. And it will probably back up the limestone belts. It looks like it's really close to backing up right now. Really close to saturating. There's one. There's two. There's two stacks consistently. Yep. 3 is starting to be all right. That should be not a problem for a short period of time. Eventually that's going to saturate. So output is ship throwing coolant. And where's our belt? Oh, our belts are way over
Raiders
here.
detected. Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Jack, thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing? And welcome, party of one. How's Jack's day going? Or evening now? Let's do a thank you raid for Mr. Jack. Yeah, night. So I reckon it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 8:30ish, 9:30ish, 7:30ish, something like that. There we go. We'll get the standard.
Yep, I just went to Sprinters.
Ubi Factorium. Oh, right. Hope she's doing okay today. Yesterday was pretty rough. She doing okay today? What game is that? Kubi Factorium. That sounds almost like a factory game as well. Aww. Poor thing. But you know what? We're thankful for the good days. Colony Factory game. That looks pretty fun. Is that on Steam or is that from somewhere else? GOG or itch or whatnot? Steam? Yeah, cool. I'll have to check that one out. Ubi Factorium. That does sound fun. I don't know how many assemblers we're gonna need for belts, but I reckon probably just one to start till we see what the metrics are gonna be on that. What is that? Fan, cooling fans. We don't need those. Mr. Firehammer, how are you doing today? Good to see you this morning. We'll take a look at your factory here. Oops. I was going to take a look at it from up high, but I guess not. There's your factory. How's that looking? You haven't seen it since last week. Yeah, been a little busy. So we're at 10.4 kilowatts, megawatts. I mean, 10.4 megawatts and 800 or 585 megajoules. I haven't placed down many accumulators yet, but yeah, excellent. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. Either I've been asleep or you know. Oh, yes, excellent. Yeah, I need to go out scanning too. Yeah, Jack, you've been playing Desynced for quite a few days in a row, haven't you? Let me get a big shout out to Fire. I'm sure though everybody has been to Fire's stream to see the wonderful games that he plays.
So I brought my dog with me to work all week.
Nice. That sounds pretty awesome.
It was actually. He did really well. He's been having some separation anxiety.
Well, I mean, I suppose.
Was he holding her hand,
You're
Randy?
working from home forever now.
Yeah, that.
That's a popular clip that comes out of Twitch Guru, huh? Oh no! Impaled by Barbie. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. In the building. Hang on. Hold on. Hold on. Hang on a second, Fire. Hang on. Let's, oh, I hope you didn't have to have bandages, Jack. This is the tunnel to... This is the tunnel to the water wheel section. Are you talking about this building over here? That building down there. Is that the one you found? Hang on, did we unlock that? I covered it up. Yeah, but didn't we unlock this and scan through this? I would have expected to see... Maybe we didn't. Looking up close doesn't do anything, Rocket, does it? Oh, well there's the reason why. I started to. I started to. I swear I started to. Ooh, look at the heat coming through the limestone from the drill heads. Never seen that before. That boy is heating up. How cool is that? How cool is that? I don't think I've seen any of the other ores do that, but I imagine they do, huh?
This is some kind of medical facility.
This is the
rare that people
twin
get
to the
sick
one
or
that's
hurt.
floating up
We're
over
safe
at
than
Lima.
sorry. And we should be able to find a few upgrades in mint condition because of it.
In mint condition? I don't think I'd call them mint condition. There they are. I could use those 6 green ones too. I'd really like to manufacture them. But I don't like this little bit of flicker framey. I don't know if you guys are seeing it, and maybe it's mouse sensitivity, but it just seems like it's not skipping a frame, it's just a weird... Maybe it's just me, maybe it's just the, I'm pretty sure I've got it on, pretty sure it's on 144. Yeah, 144. Maybe it's just me, it just looks weird. Maybe it's just the way the character is.
I know the vibe of a giant broken surgical arm seems sinister in an abandoned hospital. But what doesn't seem sinister in an abandoned hospital? These things
Yeah.
are great. They could do checkups right through your suit.
And I did drop the mouse sensitivity a little bit, so there was a little bit of issue about the mouse sensitivity because you see how jerky it is. That's what it is, it's the mouse movement. Sensitivity needs to be lowered just a little bit more. Probably about 1/4 of what they had it on. That's a little bit better. Movement through the hall. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. I don't know what you guys are seeing, but on my end, before the broadcast, it was just incredibly jittery. But not like frame skipping.
This is a much bigger arm, obviously for some kind of unexpected major trauma. Believe it or not, seeing this is encouraging. It's a reminder that we had plans within plans for every kind of failure you can imagine. All we gotta do is locate the giant robot arm version of what to do with the entire factory, and every 1 minute suddenly disappears. Breaker, this facility has the tech we need to get you out of your suit. Maybe we can finally hear your voice and figure out who you are. Give me a second and I'll initiate the removal protocol. When a work suit is all that stands between you and being killed by pretty much everything, they make it a little more complicated than pulling on a zipper.
Suit removal denied. Security clearance Sigma.
Denied?
All right, Paladin, your turn. You're up.
Colonel Paladin?
I'm sorry, Sergeant. Sigma is not a security clearance I possess.
Sir, how could that be possible? The only people who even outrank you are...
The only people who outrank me are not your concern. The Groundbreaker does not seem to be in danger or in pain. They are not disabled or impaired in their ability to construct the machines to meet our objectives. We are in no position to dwell on it. You will drop this matter.
No position to dwell on it.
Understood.
That's funny. Is that the same excuse for the fact you haven't identified who I am yet, and I'm probably sabotaging everything in here?
We used to get irritating notifications on our suits if we didn't spend enough of our free time with these vitamin D lights. A friend whose name and face I can't remember anymore showed me how to disable them. I think I'll go ahead and disable the notifications on yours, too.
Yeah, you might as well.
As far as I'm concerned, your vitamins are your business.
Okay, well, there we go. Yeah, you know what? I have to say, Fire, having, you know, an assistant to my one working brain cell makes all the difference in the world, really. I know, he does. I mean, he acts that way. Maybe that's it. Maybe you nailed it. Come to think of it. Because doesn't he act suspiciously nonchalant about the fact that, you know, Sparks mentioned we're unable to identify who we are, and he just kind of blows right past that. He shrugs it off. I think you're onto something there. I think you're onto something there. And that dialogue is probably going to carry us on past the Victor console into the map, the third map. Okay, we'll take one belt down this way. And then we will hang on, it's 3 ingredients. Hang on a second. Which one is gonna be 5 copper and 5 shiverthorn and 10 belts. Okay, so the copper and shiverthorn are going to have to go side by side. The belt is going to need to go in on the side all by itself. So wow, those long arm inserters are going to be so slow. So slow. Why do the long arms have to be so slow? They're only 30 a minute. Other I've had is that we are an infiltrator from another sector. Ooh. Possibly the cause of whatever calamity has hit the factory. It's put in the state, neither no memory or following going. Yeah. That makes a whole lot more sense. But then that makes me think of, you know, Colonel Paladin as the bad guy. Because if he knows this, I mean, he knew of this from before. And he was killed along with Sparks to cover up his involvement in it. Maybe he was the one that ordered the infiltration. You know? Look what we don't have. We don't have the copper components on the belt, on the bus. Everybody's on the bus but copper components. And we've got copper wire, and we actually don't need. This was the last place where copper wire was needed to be pulled from. There's the copper components. They're into a box right now. That was the holding pattern. So it needs to come out, and that's what this lane was going to be for. That's why that was backed up. But now Shiverthorn is on that lane. Oh, gone it. Which I could have it jump over to this lane, but then cooling fans are in the way. He did have a blurb where we spoke of advanced recon, just can't remember. Right. Where was that? You know, it's funny, it says system and Sparks, but you notice that none of Colonel Paladin's dialogue is in here. Wait a minute. There he is. Alright, this is the part, that's what the deep reconnaissance is about. That's why we chose you to lead it. The resources we came here to harvest, refine, and bring home to Earth are still needed. There's no hardship we can face that does not pale in comparison to the strife that will be visited upon us, upon humanity if we fail. Our mission is to industrialize this world. Oh, are we doing ads? Oh my gosh, sorry about that. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back. We are back. Let's see. So events become okay. So the storyline is incomplete. I think I have to go back and read all the terminal entries and done some holes. So in my game, I finally got the blue cores being made as a being 3 a minute, right? So my Lima area is basically the science area. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have to work that out as well. Honestly, yeah, I'm at the ceiling. I'm gonna have to put down another composer because this one is just not deep enough. Just not deep enough. It's up there. I didn't actually think I was going to get there. Actually, I better not put that in there yet because you know what's going to happen if I do. Any gap that's up there is going to... Let's slow this down a little bit. I don't like the fact I can't tell the difference between the red core and the blue core because the color scheme rotates between red and blue. Oh, hang on. Now, isn't that funny? The red core goes between red and blue. The blue core goes between blue and blue. Okay. Good thing we're not colorblind, huh? I've got a little bit of room to go. Not much. Because that is already the top of the world. Oh, I thought about double stairs, but generally speaking, you should be able to catch yourself on the wall. You know, double tap the space bar to stop your fall. Should be able to. But I only do the single stairs and I don't excavate out too far away from the wall. So there are stops along the way, not on this corner, but there are stops along the way where I can get right back onto the stairs. But double stairs is pretty safe. Is that out of... That's out of bounds. I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. That is great stone. Is that what they call it? Great stone? Oh, that's not actually called great stone up there. For its moments. Yeah, decide just to push left or right for no reason whatsoever. Yeah. Yeah. Evidence of what's Michael J. Fox got? That's Parkinson's, right? There, that should be everything. See how I leave those little ledges? I actually can't fall all the way down. I don't reckon that's gonna leave us enough room to get all of those in there. I'm still gonna have to put another composer down. Yeah, it's 25 per layer, but I don't think that was 10 layers worth even. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That may have been enough room for 10 layers. We'll let those 150 go in, and then we'll take a peek at it afterwards and see how close that got us.
It takes a lot of research cores to get all this tech going, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Glad to see you're staying on top of it.
Thanks, Sparks. I bet you'd be glad to see me on top of something else, too. Wow, I just violated my AFF. Oh, man. I know, right? That's probably the funnest little dialogue. You know, Palia has the dialogue, and but Satisfactory Satisfactory's got some dialogue. No, it doesn't. Actually, no, it doesn't. Well, between Palia and Techtonica's dialogue's a little funner. Palia is kind of mind-numbing. Loving the box. Indeed. Heavens to Murgatroyd, Fire. Seriously. Can't believe you went there. Oh my gosh. Okay, 1,000 points to anybody who comes up without Googling. Anybody that comes up with who coined the catchphrase Heavens to Murgatroyd. Hang on. There's probably nobody in here that was born when that catchphrase was introduced. How am I going to bring that copper up here? If it wasn't for that one set of inserters right there, that one set right there, is there any way you know what? It's a bus line. It's going to be hopping over. Oh. We can't move it. I did the same thing right there. I need one more lane because that has to output onto the belt and the ramp takes up one lane. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's not like Peanut and his friends will figure that one out. That's right. Because your reference is a colloquialism. So we're good. Funny. So where does Heavens to Murgatroyd come from? Anybody? I've had plenty of time to Google it, but don't Google it. You probably won't spell it right anyway. No? Yeah, I didn't think so. You're kind of young, Fire. As a matter of fact, it was just before your time. So, the catchphrase was coined by a cartoon character by the name of Snagglepuss. Do you know that one? You can Google Snagglepuss. What am I gonna do? How am I gonna get that copper up here? I'm gonna end up with a double belt of something, I'm sure. Yeah, that one goes back quite a ways. Back to probably, I think, Yogi Bear. You know, the inception of Yogi Bear. That goes back pretty far. And Pink Panther, actually. The cartoon. I don't see how. I am going to bring that up. If we use the copper wire... See, this is another thing that I'm not happy with. You can't go here and see what copper wire is used in. Which is why I did the... You know what? That's what I need to pull up. I need to pull up our graphic because I covered, I think, just about everything. Just about everything. There you go. Exit stage left was one of them, right? Exit stage right, exit up, exit down. Quick Draw McGraw. I used to watch that as a kid. Too bad they don't run those anymore, because honestly, there's nothing wrong with those. They canceled Quick Draw McGraw back in the 80s, I want to say, because of the sudden, you know, the tree huggers getting onto the violence in cartoons. You know, Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd canceled. Quick Draw McGraw canceled. Any shows that had shooting and that kind of stuff all canceled in the 80s because of the flat earthers and the tree huggers. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, let's see where our copper wire went to. Copper wire goes into all of this hardware. We're already doing the powered floor. We're not doing the, well, we don't need to do monorail either because those things extend on their own. Copper wire goes into the electrical components. That's it. The hardware we just do piecework with, and the electrical components. So once the copper wire was pulled off for electrical components, that's our money. That's our bag right there. That's our money bag. All right. So we can use this lane from right here. Yep. So we can pull it across right to there. That's it. Oh, hang on. Oh. What is it being pulled off for the red? What? Oh, it is. I didn't see that on the graphic. Shoot. Well, you know what we could do? Oh man. We are going to get all kinds of funky here. There, we just eliminated the problem. And then we will just reconnect this on our little bit of rampage. Oops, that went in the wrong place. There we go. Now we can have this. Be very careful. There. Boy, oh boy. Yeah, I'm a little unorthodox. Which is why we end up with the spaghetti. But at least we have a lane now that we can bring the copper components out to. Which I reckon will be right there. Oh. Whoop. Hold on. Just hold on here. Oh. Wondered what the heck was going on. I thought, where did those come from? No, we are not going to tear it all down and redo it. I reckon one red should do it. I'll add another one if we need to. What's the ratio? We're not going to know the ratio, are we? Yeah, we are. 5 copper. 5 copper, 5 sugarthorn, and 10 belts. But what's the output speed going to be? Actually, it's going to be pretty fast. If I'm not mistaken, times 5. So times 10 for an assembly. That's not 10 a minute, is it? Alright, you know what? We'll put 2 on there. And we'll change these. Oh, that's not going to help. 45 a minute? That's 20, that's 40? Yeah, we'll change one of them to red. I have them going out here for some reason. I can't remember what that reason was for. Oh, it was anticipation, but I went ahead and blocked it with the... Wow, that was just ridiculous. And that was ridiculous. 28,000 there. Redonkulous. Redonkulous. Anyway. That needs to come down on the same side as Shiverthorn. Now, Shiverthorn is here. That's going to be 5. That's going to be 5. But still, that's going to be on an inserter, a blue. I'm not liking the fact this is going to have to be on blue long arm. Not liking that at all. Not liking that at all. Just, it's just not ideal because no, you know what? I know how we can do that. I know how we can do that because we are leaving quite the little gap between here and the bus. Let's just do this. Let's do this. Let's just do that. Oops, I just pulled that power floor up like nobody's business. If we do that, and we'll start with 40 a minute to begin with. And then we know these guys are going to be at least 2. I missed that by 1. Missed that by 1. Yeah, I generally don't like to move it to the end. I generally don't like to move it to the end if I can avoid it, but but look at all that floor I deleted. This rocket. Swear. Okay, that's better. Boy, those aren't coming over super fast, are those processors? Something's kind of slow on the production of the processors. Alright, we'll leave those for now. What's the metric? 225 a minute. Figure down his own Kineline extract and copy. Yep, got it. Yep, okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Even though I've got a few in the inventory now, I've got to unlock the tech for that, which is probably that one. Yeah. I'd say it's that one right there. So, next level. What is next level of Victor? Oh, right. We're making the conveyor belts for the next level of Victor. Probably should make some accumulators just to... No, hang on. What do we got on megajoules? 585, that's covered. Copper, iron, that's covered. Processors are covered. I think we were waiting on that lantern ore. Better make a box for this. Because they don't go into anything else. 225 a minute. They're not on my... Let's put them on number 7. Oops, wrong 7. I don't know what I just replaced down here. So stairs, floors, explosives. What was on number 7? I can't remember now. Oh, the there we go. And the box, which we don't have any of. Because we don't have any iron. Got an awful lot of iron ore in my pocket for some reason. That should be all I need, really, just to make a couple boxes. Alright, and then we'll go take a look and see why are the processors so slow? What are we lacking? Is it just the speed? 45 a minute. Oh my gosh, you know what? I'm hoping that red is going to be the ones that are needed for producing green, because otherwise I don't need this split off of here anymore. That's alright, we're making blue pretty fast. Alright, let's go check our Atlanta. I'm pretty sure we're up to 1,000, 1,500. What did we need? 14? So all we'll have to wait on is the 225 a minute belts. Yeah. Wow. That's that's decently fast. I mean, I'm not complaining about that at all. But didn't mean to do that. Meant to do that. This is perfectly balanced. So, well, it was. It's actually backing up now. The limestone output was at 53, 54, 55, and just rock solid. Which kept this flowing the whole time. This was literally on the whole time. Perfectly balanced production of the green powder and the limestone. And then I added that one more miner over there and added it to the line, and that backed it up. So that being said, we can now, I was wondering when that was going to happen. So we'll do that, and we'll also put a red here and a blue. Caps lock. Thanks, Rocket. I actually moved the tab key was used to enter this crafting menu. So I took it off the tab key because I was constantly hitting the caps lock, and moved it down to the C key. C key is not being used. C stands for crafting. Now it's just a matter of getting out of the habit. It is a lot more convenient, but still. Oh, it helps if you put a recipe in, right? Perfect. And I mean, need the stackers on input of MK1s, don't you, not the output of MK2s? What? Alright, hang on.
Almost 10 minutes since you read chat now, you're going to lose context.
Yeah, I know. I am so guilty of getting focused on the game. I forget to read chat. Not 10 minutes. That was only 6 minutes. Yeah. I haven't yet because we're kind of... Well, we're pulling... barely bouncing up into the 5... Oh... Hold on just a second.
Time to get ready for the job. Have a great stream, Rocket.
Okay, so sorry I didn't throw the Be Right Back sign up. That was kind of an emergency thing, a little bit of adulting and whatnot. Oh yeah, no worries, Fire. Thanks for the alert, buddy. Of course, that was a few minutes ago. Okay. All right, now the Limestone is moving freely, which that should unstack. Yeah. At least the machine is moving. Getting a little bit of hit of FPS there. Oh, it is pausing just for a second because of green powder. But you know what? That's all right. That's all right. We've only got one machine or two machines processing the green powder. We could throw another one on, but it's balanced with 3 smelters. So as you can see, it's only keeping... Oh, hang on. Maybe that's what the issue is. What's the issue? 22.5, 22, that's 45. 45 a minute. And the smelter can smelt at 6 a minute. Well, that should keep 45 a minute. 18 a minute time, 18 times 3, 54. Ah, right. Okay, so two smelters should be on constantly, and then one smelter picks up the slack. So 3 times 8 is 54, and we are producing 45. So 36 a minute for 2 of them. Why does it not look like there's enough of the mixture coming out fast enough? Oh, extract. Where's the extract? What? Wow, finally the extract is not overproduced. That's what's happening. That's what slowed it down. It's not a power issue, it's extract. Which means something else on the machine, which is probably that bad boy's full up. Oops. It's the speed. The extract's not coming out fast enough. And it has to be on purple because it has to be filtered. Heavens to Murgatroyd. Oh. That's not the issue at all. It's the sticks. Really? There's nothing on the input, so Kindlevine. Got plenty of seeds. Okay, well there we go. Planters. So we are finally at that phase. So let's do this, just for the time being, till I get the rest of those planters set up. Let's pop that on and stop that from happening. That's good. It won't saturate the line, but that gives us an opportunity to go ahead and extend our 4 to become, I reckon 4 can become 8 now. Oops. I reckon 4 can become 8. So, speaking of 8... Nope, 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 nope. And we rotate over to our machines. I thought I had those 4 in here already. 5 planters? You think it was 5? It might need to be a little more than 5. Or did we do the did you do the calculations on that? Yep, okay. But that obviously won't be enough to saturate the belt. Oh, that was based on output, right? Okay, gotcha. I'm with you. All right, so we'll put 5 in there. It just doesn't feel like it's going to make up that difference, you know? I'm going to do something. I'm going to do it this way. Now, why can't that be a splitter? There we go. Oh, you can't have a bend coming directly out, that's why.
Raiders detected.
El Widow.
Welcome and enjoy your stay.
Welcome, Raiders. How's everybody doing? No worries, Fire. Have a great day at work, mate. Thanks for popping in. How is El Widow doing today? And welcome, Raiders. This is Techtonica. May or may not have seen this, but we are an AMA channel, so you can ask me anything. And we'll throw the obligatory shout out down. Starfield. Everybody's playing Starfield, just like everybody was playing Paleo, and then everybody was playing.
He just went out of the drone because he knows I'm coming. Oh, he fucked up. Oh, none of those were headshots. Stickle fridge, dude. Little.
That wasn't Starfield, obviously, was it? Yeah, everybody's playing Starfield now. Everybody was playing Diablo, you know. Everybody was playing Palea. Everybody was playing, what was that other one? I can't even remember the name of it now. No Man's Sky, I think it was. Yeah, one Game Pass. Microsoft's Game Pass. I wonder how they do that. I mean, I wonder how a particular game can show up on Microsoft Game Pass, come up as $1, but it's sold at regular price. Is it $70? Wow. It's not worth that $70? Wowzers. That's on Steam, obviously. I wonder what it would cost to me. Starfield. You know, Australian dollars are different than US dollars, so I imagine that's probably going to be about a $100 Starfield Wars. That's not it. $120. Wow. $120. 140 gigabyte game. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, you guys can't see, but yeah, there it is. $120. But the premium is $170. Oh shoot. Well, you rated right in front of an ad break, so you guys, El Widow, you and your raiders may or may not get the ads, but as soon as Jeeves announced it, everybody else is going to be getting an ad break. 120. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right. Yeah, Game Pass at $1. So they're, wow, $1 on Game Pass. So that would probably be $2 to me. All right, it looks like we have jumped into we're gonna do this differently. We've jumped into ad breaks. You guys may or may not be able to hear me. But we are going to take a break and then we will be back. All right, back shortly. No worries. Thanks for the break, the lurk, Widow. All right, we should be free and clear of the break. Thanks everybody for hanging in there. So we get our break once an hour. Ads will run during that break. And we usually pause the game just for that little bit of break time. And I don't see enough sticks going out. These guys should be producing continuously. They should be producing continuously, so... Oh yeah, 3 times already. This is our 4th run. It's not hard to... I mean, the game is so incomplete right now, it's not hard to beat it. Yeah, it's not showing as a beta, but this is definitely beta, 0.1.1. This is a beta, so people are paying to play a beta. Now, Palia, on the other hand, is a beta, but it's free. It's free to play it as a beta. And also, there's downloadable, or there's microtransactions of Palia, but this is far from a complete game. I've played it all the way to the absolute extent you can play it 3 times now. Doesn't take long. Doesn't take long. Probably about 12 hours. What I'd say 12 to 20 hours, 10 to 20 hours. You know, once you get to the top of the tech tree, which is, it shows this one and this one as the top of the tech tree. There's literally nothing at the last stage of Victor, so wasting all those materials to upgrade the last stage of Victor when there's nothing there to get from upgrading it is just a waste of supplies and materials. So I've been up here once, discovered that there was nothing here to get, and then I've been here 2 times already. So we're only 3 tiers below that right now. And this this 4th run we started on Monday, so yeah. But the only reason I'm playing it right now is because they added some metrics, which you can now see in the bottom left of the screen here on the UI. They're rushing things through, so the metrics are supposed to show up inside the machine. So there's plenty of space in here to show all of the metrics about the machine speed, the input rate, the output rate, all of that kind of stuff. They decided to put it on the real estate of your UI in the bottom left corner there, which shows Kindlevine going in or coming out, or going in, and seeds and sticks coming out. And then they give, of course, a power rating. So that power rating should be in here. So it should be a power rating here, the recipe going in. This should have a rate associated with it. This should have a time to completion. You know, everything should be right there. But it's a step in the right direction. So they do have it stuck on the real estate for the UI. Eventually it'll get into the machine where it belongs. I'm sure of it. But yeah, not hard to complete this game at all. At all. This is one of those games that should be $1 on Game Pass. Because it's kind of like going and buying, you know, you go to the store, you go to the 5 and dime store, and you get a package of 10 plastic cars for 50 cents. That's what this game is. Right, so I think what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and... I know that fire calculated out 5 is what we needed to run 2 threshers, but I think what we're going to do is we're just going to overproduce this. So we'll go ahead and make this wrong way. There we go. We'll just make this 3, 4, or 2, 3, 4. Just double what we had. don't have enough headroom. That's alright. Oh, this one missed completely. There we go. And we'll bring this down far enough to turn it around. Wrong key. And bring it back. That should do that. And then on number 7, we'll just put an in and an out so that, yeah, we'll just do an in and an out to catch the overflow. So this one will be an out, this one will be an in. And as soon as the input line saturates, the rest can go in the box. And then, of course, Indivine into the machines. And that's why we were lacking on the extract. So, as you can see, this is the way this goes. Extra seeds come in, they go into the box. We got 227 extra in the box. And they just wait until the machines need them. And this one, of course, producing plenty of extract for us. Hey, Tug. Now, this is the new save. This is the 4th save that Fire and I started on Monday. Hang on, what are we missing here? Oh, the frames. That's right. Let's ride along with the product. I've got limestone going back to the home. That's the only one going back. Yeah, no, this is save number 4. So we've completed this 3 times now. Just wanted to see how the metrics looked that they added to the game on this last update, this last patch. So Fire and I worked together on this, building this main bus coming up from Lima into the Victor area. And so far everything is on the production except for the green inserters, which I'm sure, let's see, how much have we got to, oh yeah, we definitely want to update that. Green inserters is on the next Victor upgrade. I do have to go scan for a few things. Scan for that, scan for that. Scan for that. I seriously don't need flatten. That thing doesn't work. This works sporadically at best. And scan for suit speed. And somewhere in here should be, there it is, smelter. That's a smelter boost, but I want the MK2, tier 2 smelters. So I am going to have to go scanning. Anyway, sorry for the frog in my throat. How are we doing on... Yeah, that's plenty. Maybe not. So that's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. 3,128. We're getting there. 3,150. We need 3,400. So it won't take a few minutes. They're producing at 225 a minute, so one machine produces 225 a minute. Oh, and it's waiting. Why was it waiting? Oh, is it waiting on belts? 2, 4, 6. Yep. Belts are not going in fast enough. Okay, so easy remedy. Bada bing, bada boom. Draw out the belt, and Bob's your uncle. Now we should get 8 in there. There we go. Oh, now we're gonna wait on... Oh my god, we're gonna wait no matter how we do it. Alright, let's double those up. We just don't want it to wait. We just want it to be go ahead and produce. And go ahead and produce. No waiting, thank you, ma'am. There we go. Now it's just a matter of offload speed. I've got green stackers in there, so that's absolutely as fast as they can go right now. So it's not exactly 225 a minute, but you know. Oh, sorry. So how do they? How they do the balls now? Oh, the cores, the green and the purple, right? Okay, so the purple's done. So, purple's done, or red, purple, whatever it is, and we're just working on the blue now. So everything I've got to scan will just use blue cores. These right here. Once you get up to a certain level in the terminal, Victor terminal, you don't need the red anymore except for creating or making the blue. So I just pipe in the red core into the assembler for the blue core, and then blue core just grab it and go. So I've got a few here in inventory, and actually those 8 red core I don't need to have taking up space in my inventory. And we did, no, I don't have to stack the red ones. No, I don't have to stack them. I can throw the red ones away if I wanted to. Once you're done using the red upgrades, the only place they're used is as part of a recipe to make the blue. So adding them to the stack will have absolutely 0 impact. Because, and there's where red stopped. Red stopped here, and that's where blue starts. Red's not used in anything other than the recipe for the blue. There's absolutely nothing to use them in. So just send them all over to making the blue. There's the top of the roof. That's pretty close. I don't reckon thought I had all those knocked out of there. Can't go any higher than that right there. So might as well just place these by hand. And we'll make this that one right there. I can actually place these by hand faster than the inserters can put them in. And have a little bit of control over where they're going so I don't put too many into the composer and then run out of ceiling room. I'm gonna have to put another composer down anyway, so. And in all honesty, the composer, just to keep it in a nice, neat 5x5 thing, you can place these down anywhere in the world. You know, it doesn't matter, they still get counted. So once they're placed in the world, the data is correlated. It gets added to your technology tree, and you can use the, I guess they're like credits for it. So I call these like core credits. So as long as you've placed an orb or a core in the world somewhere, doesn't have to be in a composer. Just like the ones that sit in the corner next to Lima. So you spawned into the world, you saw, what, 6, 7, or 8 of them sitting over there on the left-hand side of Lima. That's all it takes. You just place them on the ground somewhere. And you get those credits for having placed a core. What I got now, almost 300. Oh, and we're right there at the ceiling, so there's none gonna stack above that. Wow, no gap. So I actually placed the core use your words, Rocket. Placed the core composer exactly where it needed to be for an even number of cores to fit between it and the ceiling. I could have placed it deeper for sure. There's no question about that. I didn't dig deep enough before I started it, so. Alright, where is my down? Alright, and hopefully this will get placed before I fall. Well, let's do this. I got it. Because I be floaty. I'm floating just on the edge here now. Because these are on a core composer, you can't connect to the outside perimeter of the composer. All right, so, oops. Now, you see why it's blue here, so I can place them down. Let's just take a look. You can see 322 here. If I place another one down, that should be 323. See? You get the credits no matter where you place them. If you pick them up, we're right back to 321. So, you can move them around. so they don't have to go in any one particular place. And I've dug tunnels for this before, but yeah. So that's a 5x5, so this is a 12x12. So 10x10 plus 2, which is 2 sides of 1 lane, 1 tile each. So composers used to be 15x15 or 16x16 or something like that. They reduced the size of the composer in this update, so it's a 12x12 now. Takes up 12 tiles. And I'm not even going to need another full stack on this composer to reach the top of upgrades for Victor. Not by any stretch of the imagination. But you can put as many composers down as you want. I mean, there's definitely no harm in that. Whatever's convenient for you. Right, so we'll do that, an inserter, a belt, and another inserter. So as you can see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 by 12 square. So we're actually done with these. So I can move that box out of the way, back to however close it'll let me go. Well, that's as close as it'll let me go. Alright, so we know we're going to need a belt go between. And we certainly don't need any kind of terrific don't need any speed on that, really. Okay, so our composer will go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Still need 4 more, or room for 4 more. That should be enough. Yep. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, that's our floor plan. Oh, that didn't clean up so good. There we go. Now the question is, I do not have another composer. Actually, I probably do, sitting in the yellow boxes. But while we're waiting, let's not wait. Let's just go ahead and throw in these. 149, 490. Oh, 490. One more. That'll work. Oh. Gotta hook up. Gotta hook up. Tell you what we'll do. This Atlantum ore is backed up all the way. We'll just borrow this one because I don't want to manufacture another one. Because you only need it temporarily. Oh. Wow, how about that? I never brought floor power up here. Now we got floor power. Really? I only have 107. Now, one thing people may not know is you can input all of your stuff right here. So you can belt all of your requirements right into Victor or Lima. Actually, I don't think you can on Lima. But you can belt everything right in here. I just hand carry it. Not a big deal. Doesn't matter. Oh, it helps if I put down the Alright, where did we stash it? Right there, so we'll put that one on F8. Oh, hold on. Yeah, here's power right here, power and cables. Alright, so F4, put it far enough away that we can actually get a belt in there. I don't think, this might be too close, I don't think a belt will fit because it takes up 4 spaces, and once there's one end of the cable in there, you can't place it. It has to be, excuse me, it has to be over on another 4 square segment of tiles. So we'll go ahead and put that there, and then we can take a belt or cable and connect it. And we should have power up here. Not sure. There it goes. Now it's powered. That's just a visual glitch. Anyway. Yes. And off we go. And now we'll need to be up to 860 megajoules. So that's going to build its way up to 500.
Terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available.
Never seen a signal jump out right after pushing a tier like that. What in the world?
Local signal deciphered. Ingress FE0009. Report to production terminal radio for triangulation. Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Interbiome transit.
Interbiome transit? Breaker, that beacon is throwing off a huge amount of energy. Something massive.
That's what I
just
did.
went off.
I accidentally deleted those belts. That's part of the game, though. There's that teeny tiny little bit of glitchiness. Well, I won't say teeny tiny. There's actually a pretty huge amount of glitchiness. Before I run that cable, let's actually put our transformer back on. So I deleted that cable from before, and because the cable is running right across the corner of this belt, it deleted a large section of that belt. But anyway, it's powered now. It's powering the miner over at the Atlantum ore. So we're good to go. And as Firehammer reminded me, I've got these 4. Actually, this one does belong here. This is power, so power cable doesn't go there. Generator doesn't go there. And that one actually doesn't go there. So what we've got is miner, smelter, miner, smelter. So Tier 2 smelters we haven't unlocked yet, that's where it'll go. Tier 1 thresher, Tier 2 thresher. That's those bad boys. So that one will be number 6. So we have miner, smelter, thresher. Then we have assembler, Tier 1 and Tier 2. And then planter's the only other machine. So 8 is Tier 2, so this one can go on 9. So that is the manufacturing stuff. Power and logistics, so more power. So power goes on to number 3. Water wheel, generator, accumulator. Oh, we do have Tier 2 smelters. What? I didn't know I had Tier 2 smelters. I sure did. Alright, those go on F4. How about that? Oh, that's right, because we got those from the last scan. Alright, so water wheel, generator, accumulator. Actually, this can be F3 can be Tier 2 generator. There is no Tier 2 water wheel. And then we can do accumulator. excuse me, on F4, cables on F5, steppers can go on F6. That's basically it. Oh man, hold on a second. There, hang on just a second. Alright, sorry about that. That was more like 30 seconds than just a second. Just to take that delivery. Unfortunately, it's not a package we can do any kind of unboxing with today. Nothing game related or equipment or anything like that, so. Yeah, anyway. Alright, so what we need right now is we will go ahead and put the power generator or the generators down in a little bit. Why am I getting that again? All the animations look good except for that machine. Well, I guess it's... The assemblers looked jerky there for a minute, or almost stutter steppish. That throws me off so bad, but the Sparks animation is fine, belt animation is fine. Inserters animation is fine. That just throws me off a little bit. Okay, and of course breaks my concentration. Right, so power. Accumulators are the big thing. So the accumulators are going to take copper frame, electrical components, and the Kindevine extract. Also probably want to offload some of this limestone, so while we're over getting the other supplies, we'll just take a road trip. And we'll follow the limestone because that's where we're going to drop off. Empty, empty, not empty. Hang on, let's move those up. Can we move those up? Yeah, that's empty. This machine's not getting any, is it? That's virtually empty. Oh, I see. We were using the split. Okay, we don't need this one. This was the middle one. This is where all the limestone needs to go. And this one Isn't that going in? Alright, hold on a second. I can't see the direction. They only get direction arrows when they're going onto a belt, which is stupid. So you get the direction arrows there. And those are going that way. These need to be going this way, and this one needs to be going that way. Now it's functioning. Alright, that keeps both the machines going. And in all honesty, these shouldn't be there. And, oops, F7 please. Stack size of 3. Max speed is 90 per minute. Well, we ain't getting 90 per minute coming down the row, so let's do this. Let's save that one. Those actually aren't coming down the line fast enough to keep those 4 red inserters, 2 on each side, busy enough once that box runs out. So total quantity on the box: 25, 21, 20, 19, 18, 14, 12, 11. Yeah, so that's coming down. We got 2 greens over there. That's 40 a minute. That's 80 a minute. Those are 90 a minute. So we actually only need 1 green. That's the most it's going to be able to do. Right, so if those are 40 a minute and 40 a minute, those are 90 a minute. 2 reds won't even be able to deliver what 1 green can. Actually, this needs to be the green there, green there. Let them fight it out. Looks like the machine on the right's gonna fight it out. Yeah, so we'll just turn this to a green. There we go. Still not going to be fast enough to keep this machine running, but you know. I don't even know why that machine just operated. It wasn't up to 50 limestone. Oh, 50 limestone, now it's just waiting for the plant matter. It only needs 25 plant matter. There it goes. That's weird. Okay. So the animation is just not in sync with what's going on. So this one should be 8 bio brick, and then now it's waiting on 20 limestone. And go. And it did. Okay. Yeah, animation's just not very much in sync. Alrighty then. We dropped off our limestone. Oh, almost all of it. And we'll drop off the dirt. And I believe we came over here to get something specific. Yeah, for accumulators. And drop off the dirt. Planters. What else don't we need? We definitely don't need beacons. What a waste these things are. These are totally useless item in this game. Let's see what else. Alright, everything else we can kind of keep a little handful of. Actually, we can put sparks over here. And there's actually no reason to leave those guys there. Of course, we're really not using... well, you know what? You never know. It might come into a spot where could change out those other threshers for 2 of the red ones. What do we get? 45 a minute stems, 15 a minute inputs, 1 at 15 a minute, and 3 stems, which is 45 a minute. Is that keeping the threshers going? No, 2 of them are paused. 1, 2. Keeps 1 going all the time. Alright, so let's do this. Let's take this one out. Hold on, before we do anything. Yep, F6. Take that one out, and we'll F6 that one in. Well, it uses more power, but it's not really, because we're not producing Kindlevine fast enough, not even for the first machine. Unless they all spit out Kindle Vine at the same time. Here they comes. Here they comes. Here comes the. Here comes 4. So 1. So what we should be doing, only 2 ports are being used. That won't work with this setup. So instead what we would have to do we would have to do is we're going to get a little bit creative here. We're going to put that there. Why is that a splitter? Oh. Yep, now we're ruining it. Because that's too close, that's why. I don't want that to be a splitter. So what it will have to be is that will be a straight, and then this what are you doing? There we go. Ah, we're already on a break. Okay, we're coming up to a break. Alright, so James will announce our ad break. And then we'll take a short break after I spin this machine around. So that's basically what we're doing, is we're going to spin this machine around. And there we go. All right, we will be, well, not yet. There we go. Spin the machine around. Ports are still working. This one can be increased to a couple of reds. Actually, it doesn't need to be red. It is just not coming down the line fast enough. So, we'll be right back. Okay, now, because we upgraded the first thresher, there's a very real possibility that no Kindle Vine will make it down to the second one, which is fine. Oh, one made it. Two made it. So producing 90 a minute sticks. We could literally shut that one off. But we can't because it does need to... Well, we can do a splitter now. We can do a splitter. Because now it's making enough. Wow. Actually making enough to feed both of these. And it appears I also need to grab the no, E, there we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In you go. What? Wonder how he snuck down here. Oh. Oh, can't do that. I can put them in here, though. There. Okay, so that's enough to keep. Well, that's a nothing. It's not actually keeping all 6 machines running. I see 2 out of 4 running. Okay. Two out of 4 are running. Well, I've got another one. And we can run it in the same configuration. Maybe. Yeah. So what we'll be doing no, it's got to be purple. That's the problem. That's the problem. It has to be purple, and there's no filter inserter with a long reach. So the only remedy in this case use a purple here. Make it stems. These can be red. Bring them up like this. That one there. And then on this side, yeah, on this side, this needs to be, oh, we're not going to get one there? Oh, we can get one there. Yep. No. It's still not going to work. Oh, it can. Wow. Can work, but wow, how unconventional is that? So this one still has to be a purple. This one has to be the seed coming out. And let's just do this. Let's take this out. That works for me. Except for oh, it can't output onto right. It cannot output onto a ramp. Ramp can't turn. Ah. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there is a will, there is a way. That's some belt torture for you. It's the job done, though. You gotta look at that and laugh. Oh my god. Chat, if you guys have any comments about that, throw them in there. I'm completely open to criticisms, corrections, and all of that stuff. Because, wow. Okay, so what we're accomplishing is sticks coming out to go up the line, seeds coming out to go back, because the seeds need to go back to the... This is really annoying, you know that? This definitely needs to get gone. Just like that. Alright, so the seeds come out, get fed down the line, seed comes out from there. You can't have a ramp going over the top to make it a short turn, because the seeds can't feed onto the ramp. They have to be fed onto a flat. That could come this way, but it would have to come all the way out to here, this tile, in order to go back there. Which isn't a god-awful idea. It wouldn't look this crazy. Now, see, it can't turn. Can't turn until you get... Oh, it can't turn and ramp at the same time. That's what the issue is. So what we actually need is we need a placeholder there. Yep. Then turn it. Which does that. And then we need another placeholder. That. Which is not as ugly as the last one was. But that's all because you can't have a ramp coming down to connect to that one, because you can't, again, you can't output onto a ramp. Well, that's about as non-ugly as it gets. We're still not producing enough vine to get down to the second one. I only still see 2 threshers getting enough stems to operate. So this is one of those overproduced to get the job done. And I put those 4 planters back, didn't I? And we're definitely going to have to make room for those 4 planters. There's plenty of room for 4 planters, I think. I would think anyway. We're gonna find out. Oh, that last one didn't get anything. Oh, it will. It will. It'll get there. There we go. Probably should change that to a red. Oh, maybe not. Because they're going to back up anyway. And they're already backing up. Yep, all right. Now, that should give enough Kindlevine to keep both these threshers fed. You would think, anyway.
Attention, we are being followed. Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Yes, indeed. Jeeves, thank you very much for that. Devil Mouse, thank you very much for that follow, mate. How are you doing today? Planters still aren't producing enough consistently enough. But it is doing a bit better than it was before. Yeah, it is doing a bit better. It's still only periodically getting that second one going. But these things don't grow fast enough. That's for sure. And the input side is backing up, which is fine. But see, that's the whole thing. It's all about how fast they'll produce seeds to keep the ratio up. These guys are still waiting to feed, which is fine. As long as all the inserters are waiting to feed, then it's all about the growth speed. and they are all waiting, which is good. And that means there's plenty of seeds on the line. They're a bit more consistent coming down that way now. It's just that they're not producing Kindlevine fast enough. That is eventually going to back up here right to the output of the box. And then the box will start filling up to keep the line provided. And I think what we might do, because the yellow insert is only 20 a minute, we might convert the output box to a red, depending on how quickly the input line gets evacuated by the planters. Fortunately, they don't all go at the same time. They're just random depending on how fast they're producing the Kindlevine. That seems to be doing okay. It's just not enough to keep more than 2 or 3 threshers going at a time. So these 3 on the right are running, 1 on the left is running. It's 4. Now 3 again, now 4, now 5. Now 3. 4. Three consistently. 4 and 5 are intermittent. But at least now we have a little bit of a backup on the Kindlevine extract. And the line is definitely full. That's what we want. Alright, we accomplished what we wanted on that. So that keeps our Kindlevine extract saturated for the time being. Okay, let us go ahead and do another composer. So the composer is going to take iron frames and electrical components. So we'll get a few of those. And some electrical components. Coming from over here, there's no box. Oh, that's right, I was just pulling them off the belts, which is fine. We only need a few anyway. And which lock did we put those on? None. Alright. Let's use slot 10. What, really? You can't come back one space? Are you joking? You can't match. Come on now. One more. Thank you. Holy moly, what a pain. Let's see, we've got 331 in here. We can definitely, we've got to go scanning, that's for sure. I'm not gonna waste it on that one. We can definitely have this one. We can definitely have that one. We can have that, but we don't need it. Oh, so we gotta go scan for a few. We gotta go scanning. We have to go scanning. See here. We'll do that for sure. We'll do that for sure. And we'll do that for sure. We'll do that for sure. And then it's off to go scanning. So, we have let go a lot of these doors. For a reason. I'm almost certain that exclamation point is going to be either... Well, it's not the whirlpool, so that's going to be... That's going to be the, what was it? Not the whirlpool, the monolith. And I could, one of these is going to be the freight elevator, so we could unlock the freight elevator. Oh, hang on, maybe it is the freight elevator. That can't be it, is it? It sure is. Alright, so we need to unlock the freight elevator. So we'll need to bring a stepper and a power cable over here. What have we got? Power is here. We can do another stepper, but we need two. We only need one more accumulator to do another stepper. These guys are slow. No, it's going to take one away, so we're going to need one more accumulator. Yes? No, here it comes. No, need one more. Wow, came all that way. Let's see if I've got enough material to make a few more. I can do 12. see if that's all I need. Yeah, I only needed 6. No, now I only need 6. Bummer. Wouldn't you know? Did I scan all the stuff that was over? There's something over here to scan. I'm not mistaken. Unless Firehammer already got it. Pretty sure there was something over here to scan. I reckon he probably already got it. We don't need that shortcut, we've already got that one. I was sure this area had something to scan, but I'm thinking Firehammer already got it. Yeah, it looks like he got it. Okay. Well, you sure can't see the ground with this flashlight very well, can you? Because, you know, there's stuff's hidden in the undergrowth all the time. Okay. Iron bars. Actually, that's not what we need. That's just to make them. We'll just grab the components we need right from here. Should be all we need to make another accumulator. Oh yeah. And another stepper. And we should have plenty of cables. We got 2 cables, but we'll make a few more. Yeah, because I reckon we're going to be dragging those quite a distance. 2, 4, 6, 8 should be enough. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to throw a stepper down. Should make this easy. I wonder how much of a shortcut this is going to be. If not much of a shortcut, is it? Wow, we definitely passed where we wanted to go to. Alright, we could come up the waterway, or check our map here. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to see it unless I get over there. Due west to the elevator, so due east. There's our tunnel right there. Alright, but what level is that? That is... it's on the same level. That seems like a better option for our stepper and our cable. Right down that corridor. Instead of winding through all of that. But that is going a different direction now. This is our... that's our batteries over there. And I'm not going to be able to shoot through... I encumbered. Doesn't look encumbered, but it seems to be going pretty slow. Ah, it's one of those. Invisible rocks. Now it's not invisible. Yeah, we can't chew off the... Hang on. That's not protected. I thought this rock was protected. Because I wanted to flatten these and I thought they were not flattenable. Oh, we can flatten them. I thought these were protected. That must have been over by the other. This will likely encumber us, though. Maybe. Alright, so straight cable shot from here. It's pretty close. There's our beacon. Still have to go down a little bit. Okay, we can do that. Because guess what we can do with these dang moles now? We can actually literally... Come on. Didn't look like it was going down, but I guess it is. It is stair-stepping quite nicely. Okay. Alright, let's see what level we are on. That is almost virtually... Go down a few more. That's looking pretty right on. I'd say that's pretty close to right on. All right, onward we go. probably going to make us encumbered, but that's all right. Ooh. Want to make sure we were staying straight, and that is almost lined up. We're getting there. And there we go. All right, so we will throw down a few of these. Just to light our... Oh, wow. We're coming up on ad breaking again already. Holy moly. All right, so our ads are going to start right now. Be right back. Okay, we are back. And back behind. Hang on a second. This should be... Yeah, this is right at... Bingo. Yep, so we could take this down a notch. There we go. Not exactly lined up, but close enough for government work. There. All right, cables. So, number 5. We are definitely going to be pointing one down here, but let's make sure. Might want to have that backed up one more. Oh, it's not there yet. That's more better. And I wondered how many of these we were going to need. Toxic freak. I know, right? Wouldn't fire be cool if we could burn out some areas, huh? And then all we'd have to do is make sure it was contained. You know, so that, hang on a second. Do I have to place a cable between, that cable was automatic on that side. How are you doing today? I don't think that's a connecting cable. Oh, maybe it is. No, it didn't. That's kind of freaky, aren't it? What? Hang on. No, that's not what we wanted. That's what we wanted. Why didn't it do that before? Yep, alright, so cable that time. Oh, I see. I see. Ground obstruction. Two scenes recorded. Chinese food scenes. Is that for commercials, correct? Or for a restaurant specifically, something like that? Oh, had some Chinese food. I thought you created two scenes recorded and has some Chinese food. Righto. Well, good. So you've had a pretty productive evening, I reckon. All right, so I guess those cables can't really go through the ground that well. So not quite like buried cable. That connected somewhat buried. Okay. The 7s recorded are for the radio drama. Ah. Just learned you're going to be mixing in 2 actors from the London cast. Power poles. Hang on, what? You're not talking about the monorail poles, right? You're talking about stacked powered floor, right? I'd much rather these be buried cables, honestly. Yeah, this is going to be too far away. Every... Well, that's interesting. Okay, that's the max right there. Yeah, you know, and I think that's what, don't hold me to this, but I think that's what the flatten tool was supposed to do. You know what that is? That's not about the length of the cable there. That's about the obstruction. That's this right here. But the flatten tool leaves a lot to be desired. What is invalid? Could it be simply that it's not the... Why is that okay? Did I make that just that far too far away? It's possible. I know, right? I actually know that reference. Wogan Construction Fleet from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy by Douglas Adams. That's what it was right there. Now, let's see if this will be enough to reach the platform. No, missed it by that much. Literally missed it by 4 blocks, or 1 block, 4 blocks. How about that? Perfect. All right, so this is where the stepper can go. Just like that. Perfect. That's right. Now, you know, close enough for government work. It only requires horseshoes or hand grenades. And then this one, of course. See, I like that. It buries the... That's what I want. Because the cable is an actual obstruction. It's a solid... Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's solid. So you can actually somewhat walk through it. Not very well, but you know. But I just don't want the cables visible, you know? If at all possible. Or at least out of the way. I really don't need to do this. Tesla would probably say, thank you very much for using my technology. There we go. And as you can see, they're lit up, so we're golden. Power at the base. Power at the base. Same here. Power at the base. So we should be, in all seriousness, connected. Except for we need 1.2 megajoules. And guess what? We got about half
juice
that.
into this thing, we should be able to ride it to another sector.
Need another 500 megajoules. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. This is 780 megajoules. 780 megajoules.
Yes. Hopefully we will find other, more established areas of the expedition still intact, though I fear that this collapse has most likely spread.
Even so, we might find other people who got left behind. Nobody deserves to be alone in a place days like this.
No. But until we can contact command, our primary mission to industrialize this world remains. Sector by sector, if necessary.
Sir, with
I don't
all due
like how
respect,
Sparks'
don't you think
volume,
rescuing
audio
the crew
volume
has
is
to come
recorded
first?
so low
I do
for
not.
parts of this.
We are on a mission to return resources to Earth that will impact the lives of billions. It is greater than any of us. But even so, look at all we have built to come this far. These factories are what have enabled us to augment the signals, open the doors, and discover the tools that have made it possible to learn everything we could. Soon, the electricity of those same machines will power this freight elevator and hopefully carry us one step closer to the truth. I will not pretend to share your priorities, Sergeant, but I can assure you they are intertwined.
Fine. We'll build the factories. Especially if it helps us dig people out of the tin cans they sent us down here in. But if it comes down to choosing between a life and a lost cause, I know where I stand.
I will tell you when all is lost. For now, we must remain focused on the restoration of this elevator. Also, the Excalibur was not a tin can.
No retort, Sparks? Oh, 1200 megajoules, not 1.2 megajoules. Okay. So, yeah, we need another 500. And aside from that, we also are going to need... Alright, we've got the floor powered, so we're going to need one more stepper to connect. And one more stepper is going to cost us one more accumulator. No, I had the materials for one accumulator. Okay, so one more stepper, and we're probably going to just make a bunch more accumulators because we need another 500 megajoules. And let's do this too. Let's get to yeah, we know something's down there. This usually means there's something underneath these rocks buried. Hopefully it's another hard drive. No, no such luck. There's one. Power trim 3 for the drills. Alright, we'll go with that. I'm good with that. Copper. It was leading us to copper. And copper, and what else? Ah, there's a bit of a no. Thought it looked like there was a pathway up here to somewhere. Oh, there's a buried chest up here. All right, let's get the 1.21 gigawatts. Only a strike of lightning at the precise moment of impact can deliver that much electricity. Scoppers will never take me alive. That's right. How far away is that? It's actually not that far. It's actually not that far at all. It's going to be behind iron? No, that iron's way down there. Okay, so a little bit up. A little bit up. Probably right about here. That actually doesn't look too bad. Whoops, oops, 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 oops. Way to go, Rocket. Ah, you did it. There you go. Alright, now keep your footing, buddy. There we go. We're gonna aim right for it. I know, right? Right about there. Yay! Okay. Really kind of surprised there's nothing to scan over here. Usually there's something hidden underneath these rocks. Or at least behind the rocks. Nothing? Nothing. Alright. Well, as long as we got all of the scanned stuff, which there was none to scan. None that I can see anyway. That's regular ground. All right. Seven, is that a new series on TV? I think I saw commercials for that. Alright, what do we need for accumulators here? Accumulators are electrical components, copper, Oh, with Morgan Freeman. It's been 30 years already. Morgan Freeman and Kevin Bacon. I'm just guessing it was Kevin Bacon. It might have been, yeah, I remember that one. Kind of a horror, gory horror thing. Right. I vaguely remember that. Oh, it was Brad Pitt, right? Not convinced. Yeah, I vaguely remember that because it had to do with the fat guy and with his face in a that was dead with his face in a bowl of spaghetti or something with spaghetti sauce or bolognese or something like that in there. So Kevin Spacey. Oh, it's Morgan Freeman. Brad Pitt and Kevin Spacey. All right. Yeah, gluttony, the 7 deadly sins. Oh, okay. I never considered, even though Kevin Spacey is a famous, well-known actor, I never considered him a main character in that show or in that movie. He was the killer. Okay. Right, Pitt was the rookie with, you know, coupled with Morgan Freeman there. Yeah, exploring the 7 deadly sin murders. That's 17. Ah, okay, yeah, I'm starting to remember more of it now. It's been, you know, I've got the movie. It's on a DVD. Haven't watched it in a long time. Well, I haven't watched it in at least 11 years because all of those movies that I have, Peanut can't watch those. So I have to be, and by the time he's gone to bed, I'm already my brain's pretty fried at that point anyway, so I'm generally heading to bed shortly after him so I don't sit down. If I sat down to watch a movie, I'd fall asleep 5 minutes into it. Yeah, the Mr. I might have to pull the DVD out just to watch the last 30 minutes of that, just to remind myself. Because I know the ending was the fantastic part. The really cool stuff. Envy and Wraith, yeah. I knew there was a reason why I bought the movie, bought the DVD. And generally speaking, the DVDs that I have in my collection, I have, you know, around 700 or so. I only bought movies that I knew I would watch more than once or twice or 3 times. Because when you can't afford cable TV, your fallback is watching those great movies. You know? This one I think I can grab. No, too many in the way. I'll just grab them off the end of the line here. I'd be grabbing, if I use the E key, I'd be grabbing up a whole bunch of other stuff that I don't need in my backpack. I do need to empty my backpack though. Yeah, it's not bad. Oops, I actually need to be in there to make 4 more of those. Fly, rocket. Yeah, where's our... We didn't put a box for limestone over here. That's quite all right. It's time to make monorail stuff, so I don't have to run. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why I only, you know, most of my movie collection will have names like Harrison Ford, Sean Connery, you know, movies that you can watch over and over again, that never get tired of. You know, epic type movies. Great performances, great actors or actresses. That kind of thing. Yes, Mosquito Coast, indeed. You know, it's funny because there are movies like Jim Carrey's had some great movies out, but he has had some serious flops. Like Cable Guy, to me, was a total waste of money, total waste of talent. Horrible performances, horrible storyline. Yeah, but movies like The Majestic, well, you know, The Majestic was kind of... See, he's known as a comedian, so serious roles like that. Yeah, Cable Guy is trash. Majestic actually had a storyline that I enjoyed, even though that wasn't probably... Yeah, Truman Show is pretty good, too. It just wasn't... He wasn't the right actor. He wasn't the right actor for those parts. Even though he did good, I wouldn't say great. He did good in Truman Show and the Majestic. Could have been played by a different character that was more suited to it because Carrey's a comedian. You know, he just doesn't have that face for serious, dramatic performances. You know, yeah, exactly. Because there was a plot, there was a storyline, there was a mystery involved. There was, you know, the whole storyline is what carried it. But yeah, I would have thought of a different actor than Jim Carrey. Casting director probably could have done better than that. Do we want to stick accumulators over here? Let's put some over here and then go back to our... Because I think this section is just about full up. And I really think I need to probably expand this section just a tad. We're just keeping the spacing only because I want to be able to walk between these. I can't walk between these with only a single tile spacing for some reason. Back here really doesn't matter so much. I can put these two, or this row, side by side. And we can also put a little more floor back here as well. Just to be able to carry that. I want to be sure that we've got a channel to cross over to. Yeah, all right. This is not going to give us the full 5 megajoules that we need, but We'll see what we're up to. Only need another 300. Yeah, so my DVD collection's got the good actors in it, you know. There's others I can't think of off the top of my head because they have epic careers in acting. You know, Harrison Ford's a good one, Sean Connery's a good one. I've got a lot of John Travolta movies, believe it or not. You know, Broken Arrow. What was that one? Trying to think of. He played a really good bad guy. Actually, there's been a bunch of them. He was in Face Off with what's his name? I am so bad at recalling names and yes, Punisher. That's, you know, that's he actually plays a good villain. He's got that villain look and manner about him. Nicolas Cage, that was it. I could see his face, funny enough. Couldn't think of his name. Which is very typical of me. I can see the faces. You ask me their names and I'm drawing a blank. This should easily give us the other 300 megajoules we wanted. I don't believe I have to excavate above in order to fit the accumulators in here, because I'm pretty sure they're well below 5 blocks. 5 blocks tall. I know they don't look connected, but they are, trust me. It's just a graphics glitch. Alright, these guys can be close together because I don't need to run between going north-south. I mean, going north-south I can run between them, but I don't need to run east-west between them. Alright, oh yeah, as long as we're here, we'll do a save. And then as soon as that last one's charged up, we'll check our total. Was he billed as Nicholas Coppola, really? Yeah, I remember Fast Times at Ridgemont High. And The Breakfast Club. And all those other goodies from back in the 80s. Nicholas Coppola. But that's a pretty famous name as well. Alright, we're at 1.3 megajoules. That's exactly what we needed to activate the space elevator. Yeah, Francis Ford Coppola, that's right. That's exactly who I was thinking of. Oh, I didn't realize that was his nephew. I seriously did not realize that was his nephew. I have no idea where I'm going. I'm headed to the freight elevator, I think. Certainly didn't take any of the shortcuts that I just made. Oh, over here. Oh, and we still need a stepper. Doggone it. That's what I went over there for. I went over there to make a couple of accumulators. Wow. Lost in Translation. Yes, that was a great movie. Indeed. That's one I don't have in my movie collection. Which I would love to have in my movie collection. But actually, what I need to do is what I hate the most about buying movies from Google or digital copies of anything. You don't actually get to keep them like your actual DVDs. Yes, you can watch them anywhere. Yes, you can watch them on any device. You lose the connection to the internet for any reason, and you have no access to your stuff. You can download them to a device, but it's only on that device unless that device breaks and you haven't, downloaded it somewhere else. I like the hard copy. I like the DVD. That way, if I'm rebuying a movie for any reason, it's because the DVD was mishandled and scratched and whatnot. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, because our TVs are capable of it, for one thing. Yeah. But the thing is, some movies I actually don't like in 4K. I mean, in 4K, it's such incredible technology that you can see pores on somebody's skin. I don't want to see that. Some movies don't need, because of the way they're filmed or directed or whatever, don't need that kind of detail. Yeah, exactly. Exactly true. So... Oh, Kindle Vine. Extract. Yes. That was a good movie, but you know what, Oppenheimer? I don't think that had any actors I was familiar with in it. Might have been. Not as leading role, though. I don't even remember the leading role, Oppenheimer's actor. We need one more of those. And we've got cable, yep. Did it? Oh, well, hang on, the young dude, the black-haired young dude. The young, I want to say Broderick. I always think of Broderick, but that's not him. Yeah, Robert Downey Jr. was in it, right? Cilantro Murphy, was that the young, no, what was his name? Can't think of the dude's name. The young guy, the main character, Is that... Cillian played Oppie? No, yeah, it's the guy that played opposite Oppie. The young black, his hair, he had jet black hair, he's really young. He was the boyfriend of the nurse. Trying to think of his name now. I'd have to Google the movie just to see the cast. There's probably a ton in there that I just forgot about. All right, F6. And there we go. $1.3 gigawatts. Oh, is this the one that the developers can't tell the difference between a watt and an amp? I mean, a watt and a joule. They don't know the difference between a watt and a joule. That's what it is. No, I've got 12. Oh, here we go. Never mind. I got it. I'm with it. Josh Hartnell. Was that him? $2,500. I haven't even started manufacturing advanced circuits yet.
Power restored to EFES freight elevator. Awaiting executive level security authorization.
Yeah, Pearl Harbor, that's
Handing
right.
this one over to you, sir.
Do not be concerned. System receive authorization Zeta 17.
Request denied. Authorization restricted to flag officers.
That should not have occurred.
Pearl Harbor is another one that
Flag
I love.
officers.
I love
Wait,
that
I
movie
remember them.
for the acting
Pacific did
ability.
this?
Please, I need a moment
Really
to
long movie.
concentrate.
I think it was close to
The
3
memory
hours.
is taking form. System, receive Phoenix Protocol Omega 15.
Standby. Confirming planet-wide eligibility. Phoenix protocol confirmed. Freight elevator initialized. Fulfill production quota to operate.
Thank you.
A production quota.
Yes. Yes, I remember now.
Sir, are you alright?
The quota is unbreakable, Sergeant. We must fulfill it to proceed.
Sir, that isn't the point. These elevators aren't supposed to have quotas that prevent them from moving. This is captivity. This is not what the expedition was about.
There's no need to reach conclusions prematurely. It may be that this quota was instituted to compensate for catastrophic loss of production elsewhere. Or everywhere.
If the loss was that catastrophic, our crew could be in trouble in any sector, anywhere.
Yes. And we are standing before the only way to reach them. Groundbreaker.
Yes?
You will show this quota what I know you are capable of. Proceed.
Thank you, sir. Right away, sir.
Local signal deciphered. Unknown. Report to production terminal radio for triangulation.
As we are. Yeah, Dr. Lawrence. That's right. That's the one. Great movies. I love strolling down memory lane. But you know what? That's why I have those movies, because those are movies, again, you can watch, I mean, you know how they're going to go, but you can watch them over and over. You know, great performances.
Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. No additional data.
There's no additional data because it's a monolith. It's like a black hole. It just sucks everything into it. All right, so we need, you know, I haven't done any advanced circuits. That's probably the only thing other than unlocking the greenie inserters. because everything else on a rail. Yep, I reckon that's. I'm gonna go throw some blue core. Still got things to scan. Haven't found those yet. It's because I got a lot of doors unlocked that I haven't gone in. I mean, to unlock. There they are. Surprised I haven't found that one yet. And don't ask me, I don't remember where that was. That's probably, that film studies is probably why you have such a great memory about who plays what parts and who the actors are and that kind of thing. Okay. Let's grab some blue core. And stuff them in. Of course, I haven't gone upwards yet. Probably should do that, hey? Probably should do that. Hey, what we're going to do. We're going to do this a little differently because going up was pretty much a pain in the tuchus. So this is what we're going to do because we can see these on the map. Now, when we go to, there we go. We can see the corners of that. Quite easily. These are the towers of power, so the twin towers. How far through this game have you gotten? Yeah, there we go. That is the right direction. All right, so we are 6 tiles from the corner. No, actually, I think I left it right there at, no, it's 3 to the box and then 3 from the box, so that's 6 tiles. Oh, you got this on Xbox. They fixed the audio. Have you played it since the update? This is 0.1.1D. So this is the new update where they did fix the audio. And the slowdown you can change too, because you can go into the settings now, and this was the big thing. The research core motion, the jiggling of the cores, which created so much unnecessary GPU processing, you can turn that off. It will help. So turn off the core motion, drop some of these down to medium or low. Make sure you've got double, well, you don't have to worry about double buffer. You could probably untick a few of these things. change the image enhancement to performance or off. And yeah, that should help a great deal. But yeah, they fixed the audio issue, which was the huge chunk of processing. Really, already? Oh, we do indeed have ads getting ready to come in about 30 seconds or less. So there we go. Jeeves will announce that. We'll just take an ad break quite shortly, about 20 seconds or so from now, and then we'll continue on a mega fast drilling expedition. Should probably unload some of that stuff though. All right, we will be right back. Okay, let's get this tug off the dock. Yeah. All right, that's right. Now we know we only have to be... Last time I played on Xbox, it didn't have a few of the PC features. I'd imagine they are more focused on the PC version. I would think they dial that in and then make larger but less frequent changes. Well, I got a shocker for you. Got a real shocker for you. Fire Composed Games designed this game for a controller for Xbox or PlayStation. And they started that design 4 years ago. They actually adapted this game to PC. So everything about this game is based on and made for a controller, console. It's actually and truly made for console. Which is disappointing because yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with Fire Hose games. One is they're too big. Second is Microsoft's involved. There are 5 developers from Microsoft on the team at Fire Hose Games. And that's the biggest slowdown impact. And they're dictating a lot to, you know, the devs at Firehose. They got too many devs on the team. It's just too big. There's 35 devs. You know, there's 19 partners. It's too big. They can't get anything done, and they can't get it done efficiently or on time because of that. Alright, now that we've got the corners that should be straight down. That looks like we nailed it. Actually, we'll count this. So this is, that's 5, that's 10, 11, 12. Right to the wall. All right, perfect. This is supposed to go straight down. Oh, it is. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. They're spending too much. They're spending too much time on the PC push. You know, and that's because Microsoft said, "Hey, look, we've got this going up on Game Pass. We got a release date already set for it. You guys need to step up and get it done by then." And they issued a bunch of crap. And so basically, we're in beta testing. You know. 0.1.1.1. This is beta, and the public's paying for the beta. So I don't have Microsoft Game pass because I'm not Microsoft, and I'm not Google either. I'm all about Linux, and but I paid for it through Steam. The overpriced $35 or whatever it was that it cost me. In Australian dollars, not American dollars. And yeah, that was my fail. I paid for a beta. How did we get way the heck over here? What's going on? What the? Why are we so far off that corner? What happened? That's way off. We should be up near here. The center of my mole should be right on this corner. Something broke. Something happened. Oh, you know what? I bet it's the stupid shake. I bet I didn't turn off shake. That's why everything's so crappy. Screen shake. God. Global rotation. No, I didn't take into account global rotation, antimatter, trans-dimensional shifts, or anything like that. Why? Global rotation. Now, what I thought I did is I thought I took my mole and lined that up on the corner so that we've got an overlap, and as you can see, I didn't line that line that up so good. And now that there's no target, it's not going to have a very good. That's where the center needed to be, right there. Right there. Well, something happened, that's for sure. I'm watching the edge of the cores next door. And now that we don't have any screen shake, it's a lot better. So that's where it was meant to be. So I just kept it lined up with the edge right here. That gives us a 2-tile overlap. As you can see. It's how wind is created. Alright, that looks like it's on target now. One and I don't like the way these, if the cursor reticule is not aimed at something, I mean, when it's aimed at something, that's when it focuses in. But as you can see, not properly. What a pain in the tuchus. So, you don't believe in the convection idea for the creation of wind, where hot air rising and cold air falling, creating wind. You don't subscribe to that one? You reckon that's what it is? Well, yeah, that's true. So you're talking about planetary rotation, not orbital spin. But yeah, that's correct. Just like on the moon. So the side that faces the sun is hot and the cold side is cold. That's true for any object in space. Is that not... Oh, there's a lot of wall structure that's not. That was definitely off target though, because here... This is our target. Darn. That's a little bit better. That wasn't the plan, though. The aiming and alignment of this thing leaves a lot to be desired, that's for sure. See, there's a ledge right here. It's not going to even take that ledge out. Right there. It's It's real picky about where it lines up at. Can't see it really good, but that's it right there, that ledge. But it is what it is. Now you can see it from down here. Yeah, this'll do it. Well, at least we're staying on track now. We're right on the edge of the first tower. There we go. And Peanut is home. How's Peanut? Okay. That works for me. Okay. All right, so let's dump off all of this. What I'm going to do is just put a couple boxes here because holy moly. I actually need to get rid of the green stuff. Actually, I believe we're powering... Are we powering that? No, that's BioBrick. Those are BioBrick. I can't actually remember where I was even using any of the plant matter anymore. But not here, so... It's over in the Lima area somewhere. Probably the copper mine. Might still be on plant foliage on that one. Iron mine over in Lima is definitely BioBrick. How many, let's see what we've got to. 1. I didn't drop them off. Doggone it. Oh yeah, we didn't drop them off because we're not, we haven't got a very pretty excavated power track yet. Whoa! Dang it. You gotta watch for, usually when you're climbing a ladder, you look for the very top rung to make sure you don't step over it. Like that. This is the corner right there. Should have just used explosives, you know that? Explosives are the way to go. This is for the birds. The explosives do a 4x4. Which is literally... Of course, that detonation button is a real tricky one to get to. Now, if I aimed properly, I should end up on the very corner of the composer. Hard to believe that this is 2,500 limestone already. Just drilling straight down from where we started, with no limestone in the pouch. This is need to put miners on the limestone deposits, because the amount that you get from excavating for your builds is phenomenal. Everything is limestone. Every rock, everywhere you dig through rock. Big drop coming up. With a sudden stop. Oh, we missed the corner just by... Really? I didn't think we missed that corner. Alright, we'll take that out because it's sitting there wanting to be. I wish we had coordinates on our compass. So whatever tile coordinate this is, that would be a convenient truth, knowing which tile that is. X, Y, and Z. Elevation, lateral, and longitude. But it looks like we had quite a bit of drift. Alright, that is indeed the corner. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 tiles or 8 lanes between the composers. Eight lanes. So we know that this is not actually the corner of the composer right here. That is right there. All right, so this is 1, 3, 4, 5. Six, 7. That's 8 lanes between the composers. So this is the actual edge of the composer right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. And then a 5 by 5, of course. So this is the center. There'll be 2 on each side. That's the actual composer corner right there. So, yep, I missed that by quite a long shot. Should have done this to begin with. So that's the edge. And the mole is going to have a center with 2 on each side. Just like that. Somebody's booping me on Discord. I don't know who it was. I'm sure it was an at here or an at everyone or some sort of... So I actually didn't excavate this out as far as I thought I should have. Oops. So they're 12, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Compose, oh, that's because I'm right on the edge of it, that's why. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Edge of Composer, 12. This is another really annoying thing. So I'm pointing at the side of the face of this block. This is where I want my block to be placed. It'll go on top, it'll go below, but it won't go anywhere inside here. Which is really annoying. I mean, it is thoroughly annoying. Doesn't matter where you place this, it doesn't automatically snap to the top edge until you get to the top edge, and then it snaps to the one in front. So yeah, truly annoying. There it goes. Now that I'm pointing at the ground, it only happens after you put it and delete it. So yeah, really annoying. Alright, there's 2 corners. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gotta go 2 beyond that one. Eleven, 12. Boy, not a lot of light up here, is there? Because the flashlight's really, you know, kind of sucks. Flashlight's not bright enough for anything. One, two, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That didn't come out right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. There we go, 4 corners. No, it's not gonna let me. Not unless I'm standing directly beneath it. Let's try that one. Are we coming up onto? We are. We're already past the 3:30 hour. This is the boring part anyway. Let me see who is on and maybe doing something other than Techtonica. Let's see who's in our community. Yeah, we can go show some support to someone else in our community. Now, if I counted this right, if I counted it right, and I line this up properly, my aim stays straight, this one should fall on the corner of the composer. To our echo sketch, it looks like we're going to be pretty darn close. The nose of our yellow pointer is staying. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Almost. So, edge of the composer, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiles between them, and then the edge of the composer. Now, as far as those, that's why we deleted 1. So there's 1 takes up the perimeter of the composer, 8 tiles between them, 10 tiles between the spheres. Okay. Yet, always tempted, always tempted. Okay. Let's head on over to our chat screen. Yes. Okay. All right, so we've had a pretty good day today. Playing some Techtonica, for sure. And oh goodness, let's see, we had Davo Mouse threw us a follow today. Thank you very much for that, Davo. Appreciate the support. El Widow raided with 6 viewers. Thank you for the raid, El Widow. I always appreciate that. And Jack, of course, raided us with one of his community. Thank you very much for that, Jack. Appreciate it. And Ilstein raided, oh, sorry about that. That was yesterday. Ilstein raided yesterday. So, yeah, we had a good stream today playing some more Creativerse. Got things, got a lot done. Definitely got a lot done. And, yeah, we're going to throw down a save there. And, we should be able to complete things by tomorrow. And then we'll be, once again, a 4th completion of the game with only 2 updates to it. And once we complete the game at this point, we might just let it rest for a while until the devs have a chance, 3 to 6 months to get something actually done, and we'll see how that goes. So we're going to throw some support down for friends of the community and whatnot, so we're going to go raid Toxic Pig. In the meantime, here are your raiding tools. So this is just a matter of copy and paste. Just highlight the text in the emotes. And Control-C will copy them. And then it's just a matter of Control-V to paste into the next person's chat. So there you go. All right. Let's flip on over to our outro screen. Thanks very much, everybody, for being here. It's been a great stream. I really appreciate that. And on the left there are where all the followers, subscribers, cheers, bits, all that, donations, all that shows up over there. On the right hand side, of course, are the VIPs of the channel. Many of them are also founders of the channel here, the stream. And down front and center, GFA Undead and Firehammer 123, always having front row seats. Those are our wonderful moderators. And Firehammer was here today as well. Thanks to all of them. And I reckon I should go ahead and get the raid set up so we can do that. There we go. Alright, so we'll go ahead and get that started, and we are on schedule, so tomorrow is the last day of the week. We'll be on schedule tomorrow, and hope to see you all then. Thanks very much. See you next time.